cool. Let me just say, everybody, Eagle Driver always almost gets mentioned in this way. Starting now, actually. I already started. Yes, send it to everybody. Hi. Well, yes, Corey, I do hope everyone brought their thinking caps on, and howdy, everybody. Howdy, the bull. I've got coffee. It's one of those days. This is my first cup of coffee today. I woke up late, went for a walk. Didn't feel like having coffee yet. Now I've got coffee. So do you want to see the issue? Because this is a continuation of yesterday. After yesterday's stream, which was very helpful. Thanks for all you who helped and participated, and those who didn't help and didn't participate but just watched and lurked. Thank you anyways for being there. And I did some more work, cleaned it up, did some more testing, got closer. Someone at work at my day job suggested I watch a series on YouTube, short one from this online tutor guy. Good stuff. I was able to copy the algorithm, the final algorithm. I watched the whole thing. It was only 4 minutes to understand a bit what's going on. I didn't actually understand all of it, but understand a bit what's going on. And then I copied the algorithm. I got a couple parts wrong. Fixed those. Whoops. I guess I'm not centered on this here goblin. All right. So let's check it out. So I got a more simple solution, and this is how it goes now. So we're pretty close. So the actual target is about 1 meter behind in the game view where the plus sign is. So it's right here in the middle of the chest. That's the arrow target. So in this game, every character will have at least one arrow target. If it's a bigger character, there might be multiple arrow targets. And this is what happens when we shoot. So as you can see, it's flying through. In fact, you know what? I'm going to temporarily and duplicate that because I want to save my settings, but I changed the particle. I like the particle better. It's much lighter, but it's also much lighter. So I am going to edit this prefab live, and we're just going to make this particle a little bit more obvious. I think it's the color that's the issue here. The color is very dim, so we're going to make it a little bit brighter, a little bit more opaque, and make it white, and we'll remove that. Okay, save it and see how it looks here. All right, so that's much more obvious now. And so now let's do it again. See where in the goblin the arrow goes. There you go, right through the chest. Pretty decent. I should focus on the goblin. There we go. All right, so let's see it from this angle. Okay. There we go. There you go. Pretty much spot on. You can see the blue line ending where the actual spot is. And so now we can go further back, and you know the angle of the arrow will go up. You can see the debug log getting here. We got the distance. I think there's 2 different calculations on the distance to get the same result. Oh yeah, and since I simplified the algorithm, it's no longer printing out the angle and all that. But trust that the angle is being calculated, and it's going up as we go. And as you can see already, ooh, that arrow is a little high, and oh, now it's a little higher, and oh, now it's just going right over the goblin's head. So if we go far enough back, it'll stop working. But the further back we go, progressively, it gets longer and longer, more and more off. And okay, so we're too far back. So technically at this point, at this velocity, initial velocity, the arrow, there's no way for the arrow to actually get there. Now what's interesting is the arrow is being shot. It's just being shot straight up, and it actually goes really far. So I'm not sure what that has to do with anything, but I'll have some code that says if the angle is above 45, then don't shoot, because technically it can't reach anything at that point beyond that distance. So let's check out if I do a whole bunch of arrows as I move forward. You can see the progression as it gets down, and then it gets really close and it just kind of stays there. You can see the angle, it's kind of flipping, but it's once you're really close, it's you know, anything under 18 degrees or so, whoops, is pretty much spot on. But as we get beyond that, it starts creeping up, and then all of a sudden it's just bigger and bigger and bigger with each step. That's not a scientific thing there, but so there you go. Let's look at the code. This is the code. So, hi Chris. Who's the oldest member in Guns N' Roses, the original band? I don't know the answer to that, by the way, so one of you will have to look it up. But this is the code. I had more complicated code. At one point, I was taking height into account, because I was like, well, shit, I'm going to need height. Maybe that's the issue. But turns out it wasn't the issue. I removed that completely, and the result was the exact same. In fact, it was better with the height information in there. Every time the source was lower than the target, it would break. But once I removed that, it worked just fine. So in fact, so this is going to break the game for some reason. I don't know why, but when I turn on these two things, the game breaks. But this is a nice little handy thing. I hate them. I had a popcorn kernel in my mouth. I ate a few pieces of cheddar cheese popcorn before this. Yeah, I love popcorn. Don't you love popcorn? This project's taking a long time to start these days. Did you notice that? All right. So this should, yeah. So the game didn't load properly. I don't know why that happens. I can't stop the camera from moving now, but that's okay, because all we really care about is up here, and we have our, where is it? Our source. So we can see that the source is going to be shooting an arrow every second, and from any angle it goes right through. Isn't that great? So I can go way down here, and it's gonna give it the right angle to get that arrow through. But it also means that when we go really far away, we start overshooting the target again. So if I go even farther away, yep, there you go. And now, oh, way over the target. So same result, completely simplified system with just two spheres. You could shuffle the function around so that the angle is constant, but the velocity adjusts. That is true, but that would break the goal of this. The goal, I don't want to get into archery physics, and a wonderful person on the Discord sent me some really interesting links on archery. I was mostly interested in the historical archer bows, and I'm going to have to make a whole bunch of bows now because I like those. But the physics of archery, of course, are very specific. The feathers and everything matters. I don't want to go that deep. All I want is that the further away, so the bow will have a force or whatever, a force rating. It's basically the initial velocity, and that dictates how far it can go, combined with the angle. The angle, of course, 45 degrees being the longest one, as the bull you pointed out yesterday. The furthest you'll shoot is at 45 degrees. That would be, you know, a pretty steep angle. So if you're in a cave or a dungeon or something, maybe you can't shoot as far. So that's like just a nice little hindrance for you, and it's a little bit more realistic to get that angle versus you know, an arrow just shooting straight for infinity, you know, or for 15 units, and then suddenly what, poof, goes away, you know. Yes, so the speed and everything is the same. So we can break this down. So we have our arrow spawn position. So that's spawn position. We get our direction. This is basically getting the direction between the arrow target position and the spawn position. So this is basic direction vector. I believe that's the right term to use there. And now we're going to get the angle here. So I had a whole, where's arrow math? I had all of this. Well, first I had all of this. Actually, very first I had, wait, if we go down, very first I had this, which is from the forums, and it was very confusing. And then I went through this. This is after watching a YouTube video, and basically P1 is just part 1, part 2, part 3, and just doing the math in each step of the way just to confirm I got the right results, the same results ultimately that the person on the video did. I did learn that I had to do this multiplying by math rad to degrees for this a tan, because something about tangent, inverse tangents, or is like that, but then you have to do this to get the right value as if you're doing a math. And I think that's the same as what this person was doing right here. It makes sense. And then I had this version, which was without height or with height. Maybe this version right here was with height. This version was without height, something like that. No, this was with height too. And then I did a simpler version, and then I boiled that down to one line. So one line, essentially. So that's what we get here. So now the angle is get the angle required for the projectile to hit the target. Okay, so we have our gravity, and because of math, it's negative gravity. I don't know why. If I don't put the negative there, it doesn't work. And the guy in the video said something about math stuff, and then that's why gravity is positive in this case. So I trusted him. We have our velocity. This is the speed. I'm just going to put these down here. So velocity equals the speed, force, etc. This is the only value we control. The rest will be automatically determined. So we do that. Then we normalize the angle, essentially get that between a 0 and a 1. We instantiate our new particle. So create the projectile. Provides 0 through 1 range. The arrow flight is just the arrow. Where is it? The arrow flight script. Nothing too fancy here. The only thing it's really doing is the look at, where it just looks at its last position, or it looks at the direction from its last position to its current position. So it basically, with enough frames, it mimics, actually curving. But that's the only thing it does. It doesn't affect physics. And I turned that off just to see in the same result. So it doesn't have any impact. Initial look at. This actually isn't working right now. Sometimes the arrow comes out and it's still horizontal. So I don't know what that's all about. And then we get the rigid body and adding force. And so again, we're just getting the shoot direction that we got right here. So actually I should probably compute the final direction. So the shoot direction is the direction we have from here, plus the normalized angle in the Y. And that seems to work. Now, this could be where it's going wrong. I do not understand vectors, angles, geometry, trigonometry, anything like that. I don't get it. This seems to work. If I don't do this, it shoots forward, as an example. Well, let's just do that. Let's just say shoot direction equals direction, and we'll test it. Can I conclude that if the angle is overshooting as the distance increases, then the angle is being miscalculated? I cannot. I'm actually more confident about the angle than I am about anything else. It's hard to tell, though. It could be the angle, but I've tried multiple calculation methods, and they all seem to have the same issue. It's very difficult. But I will say that since the difference in error, the error magnitude, is greater with the greater distance from the target, I'm wondering if there is some sort of rounding happening in one of the calculations that isn't happening in the other. Hence, more distance, more error. Okay, so now this is without the angle being added, so we can clearly see that it's going straight. And again, it's going straight on that line. It dips afterwards, but it's going straight on the line. So no matter where we are, the arrow starts going straight on that line. It doesn't have the angle calculation added. So that is why we add the calculation there, and I'm pretty sure that that is the right way to do it. Yeah, so one thing I'm looking at here is thinking, okay, well, if there is an error in the math, the reality is I don't need it to be perfect. I would like it to be perfect. That would be nice, especially if I wanted to release it for free on the asset store, since everyone's helping me out. So I can't, well, I could charge for it, but I wouldn't want to because everyone's helping me out. But, you know, it just has to have the right end result, even if the math's a little wonky, or if I do a modification. So what I'm thinking is, you know, at some point, the angle stops being as accurate. So what I'm thinking is, in a curve, and just kind of figuring out if I modify the angle on a curve so that it's modified greater as it gets higher. If I can just find a result that works and just, you know, fudge it, as we talked about the origin of the word, the etymology of the word fudge in this context yesterday. So I want to try that. So what I'm going to do is go back to Writer, and we're going to create, instead of a size curve, we're going to create public animation curve, and we'll call this angle mod curve. I don't think it's the height difference. The height difference actually seems pretty good. Like the fact that it works up and down, I was actually surprised by that, honestly. I shouldn't have been, but I don't know physics, so that's why I am. So we're going to have angle mod curve, and we also need a public float mod start, and we're going to start at 18 because it's fine below 18. So I'm going to start at 18, and public float mod stop max. Okay, we're going to say max and min. So the min value will be 18. The max value is going to be, I'm going to go with 60 for now. I don't know. Actually, it's probably more like 55, so we'll say 55 for now. This is going to be minimum angle below this mod will not take hold, and then max value at mod curve equals 1. Minimum. All right. And then what we're going to do, well, what are we going to do? Oh yeah, we need another float here. So public float mod not float, mod value equals, I don't actually, no, we'll say 10. Maybe it's a 10-degree difference. And if we're going to 45, we want 55 to come down to 45. So maybe we'll be subtracting the mod value from the final number, so that 55 would be 45, which makes sense. In fact, I should say mod value should equal mod max minus 45. That should always be the case, right? Because if mod max is 80, it can't go beyond 45. So that should always be the case. So mod value, uppercase M there. All right. That's some smart thinking right there. You probably don't even need the min. So I'm going to remove that, simplify it a little bit. All right. We'll just have a more shallow curve. If shallow curve is the right way of putting it. All right. So this is the angle. And this is where we're going to do the mod. So we're going to say angle equals mod angle, modified angle. So we're going to create a new method to do this modification. And we're going to return new angle. And we're going to say new var new angle equals angle. All right, so that's not going to throw an error now. Let's see. So we need to get the percent between 0 and mod max. So percent equals angle divided by mod max, right? Yeah, mod max. Because if it's 55, then it'll return 1. If it's 27 and a half, it'll return 0.5. That's the percent of the way to that. All right, and then the var mod value is going to be mod curve. What did I call it? Angle mod curve dot sample. Where is it? It's supposed to be sample, I thought. Sample. What is it? Angle mod curve. Size curve. Evaluate. That's it. Not sample. Evaluate. If I can find it now. All right. Evaluate, and we're going to pass in percent. And then that will give us the mod value, and then new angle equal, whoops. All right, we'll do this. Var new angle equals angle times mod value times, because mod value is going to be value between 0 and 1, and mod, oh, did I mod value twice? Yes, mod value, this mod value. Okay, so we're going to call this instead, we're going to call this curve value. So angle times the curve value times the, no, this is wrong. So we're going to add curve value times the mod value. There we go. And since I don't know my math operations, I always put the parentheses down there just in case. And then Ryder tells me, dummy, you don't know your math operations? I was in an escape room once, and that messed with us because there was a puzzle that required that, and none of us knew. We were all like, I don't know which one's first. None of us knew. We had to get a hint. That was a stupid puzzle. That's one of those puzzles where it just like makes you feel like the puzzle maker was like, ha, idiots who don't know this won't get this. It's not like, you have to be clever to figure it out. If you don't know it, you just don't know it. It's just going to be brute force at that point, Yeah, it reminds me, last night, this is a side thing. Last night, I saw a clip from Bill Maher's where he was talking about how dumb America is. Sometimes I don't disagree with him. There's a lot of idiots in this country. And there's a lot of idiots around the world. But he showed some TikTok guy who goes around and asks people questions and they give dumb answers. It's like Jay Leno's old bit where he talked to people on the street. And one of the examples was like, what's the biggest city in the world? And people would say Europe or Asia or something like that. And it's like, well, that's not even a city. And then everyone laughs because these people are so dumb. And it just shows how dumb America is. But of course, that wouldn't be a successful bit unless people watching it knew the right answer. Because if people watching were like, oh, I thought it was Africa that was the biggest city. Oh, okay. I learned something new today. If everyone was really dumb, nobody would laugh. And it was so clearly it's impossible. It's not actually proving anything. If anything, it's proving that people aren't so dumb, because otherwise the bit wouldn't work. But it also makes people feel like they're better than other people. And that's why it works so well, because I can sit here on my couch and think, oh, I'm so much smarter. I know the biggest city is... Actually, I have no idea what the biggest city is, but I actually know that a city is not a continent or a country. It's very similar to stupid interview questions, and those videos and Facebook posts that say, only 3% of people get this question right, but it's a really easy question that obviously more than 3% get right. But if you think, oh, only 3% get it right and I got it right, I must be smart. So it makes you feel good. So you click on it and you engage in those, and it's stupid. Anyways, I don't know anything about physics, and I am happy to admit that. All right, so we're going to modify the angle. So we're going to get the percent, and from the percent do that, and then that, and then, okay, let's do a simple version above this. We'll do the simple version. So we're just going to return... Well, we're going to return this, and then we need the angle. We got that. The curve value is going to be this, and percent is this. All right, so that's the simple version, which means we can just do this. And then I can clean up my math errors that I don't know about. All right, so that should give us modified version. And luckily, since the only thing we're really controlling here are these two variables, we can play with it in real time and see if we can make it work. And if it works, then I'm just happy with this result, because in the end what I really want is that the arrow goes through the target consistently, with different force bows and all that. So that's all I'm asking for. And if we can get that, then I can, I want to add things like the arrow sound. I've got a whole sound library on the asset store that I want to promote by using it, and it's got some really great arrow sounds and other sounds. So, all right. It's been very slow. Unity has been very slow. I don't know why. I haven't been pausing when I've been slurping my coffee. Is that okay? I have no idea what it sounds like because I don't have my headphones on. I do like this setup. So before, my streaming setup was 2 computers and it was a pain in the ass. Now it's 1 computer, and I can hear what the computer is making from the computer itself. I can't hear my own voice unless I put on my headphones. Yeah, and I can see the stream on 1 computer, and it just works really well. In fact, I should check to make sure that this... I didn't actually change it from yesterday, so it should be at the right size, but yeah, all right. All right, so we've got the arrow going through, and if I go back, angle's higher, it goes through, and if I go back even more, angle's higher. Hey, don't start working on me. Okay, good. Wouldn't that be the worst if it just suddenly started working and no one knew why? All right, so it's overshooting at this point. And if I clear this, are we getting... Oh, we only get the prints if I do it from the character, I guess. But that's okay. All right, we have our angle, mod max. Okay, and the value is already computed, so Okay, we're gonna set this. I'm gonna say the first 40% are essentially no change, and max change at 1. And we're gonna ramp up pretty much like that. We'll start with. Okay. Now, let's see if it works. Oh, I meant to subtract, huh? Yeah, okay. Whoops. Wrong button. Oh, God. What's going on? Undo. Okay. That's not... Alright, well, first let me fix my bug. I was supposed to subtract, not add. So, and just to so this will reduce the angle based on the the curve. Yeah, all right, just reduce the angle based on the curve. Yep, and I did have it correct up here, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. Now I'm going to set the curve originally here, outside of play mode. Just have to remember to copy it or something before play mode ends. Or save it. I think you can save curves. Okay. All right, so this is our curve. That's too big. All right. So we're going to start with this curve. We'll take a dot here. We're going to put this down to about 40% and 0. And then make this flat. As flat as you can be. It's basically flat. I actually don't need that. And then this, we'll make this a more steep ramp up. Ah, god damn. Okay, good. Undo worked. We'll save that. And press play. That song always ends. A lot of the music from the Infinity PBR stuff is looped. And if it doesn't loop, it doesn't sound right. And I think if I were to make music again, I would make sure that there would always be a version that didn't need to loop. All right. We got our curve, we got our max. All right, let's go really far back. Am I missing something? You know what I'm missing? I'm missing debugs. All right. So we're going to say var temp angle equals angle, and then down here I'm going to say debug.log original angle is temp angle and is modified to angle. And down here, do I want to say anything? Yeah, what I'm gonna do is go copy this. Whoops. And we're gonna make it big again because I want to do a debug. I return, so instead of returning that, we're gonna say debug.log evaluation is that, and then debug.log. Final mod is that. And then this will tell us what the modified angle is. I also want to know distance, debug.log. Oh gosh. Distance is distance. What else do I want to know? Is there anything else I want to know? I think that's good. Every time I hear this song in the background, I think of Athena's owl, who is a viewer who used to come from time to time, and I remember multiple times she commented that she liked this song. It reminds me of Hawaii, which I like. I like Hawaii. Who doesn't? People who like really cold, maybe. I don't know. Jeez, this takes a long time. All right, clear it out so we can see our debugs. They should just start. There we go. Okay, so we got our distance, and there we go. So down here, original angle. Okay, so we're going to start with the distance. Distance evaluation is that. So final mod is that. And original angle is that. So the angle is barely being changed at this point. That's just great. If we go back, distance is 14. Angle is barely being modified as well. This is where it should start modifying it after about 40% of the way through. All right, the modification's going a little bit higher, but again, the arrow's shooting just fine. So I'll shoot back a little bit more. All right, so now we're getting a bigger modification. No, not really. Wait a minute. Okay, so the math isn't working. Right? Evaluation is shouldn't be there. Let's find out, because I can change this in real time. All right. So it is being modified, just not very much. Max distance, this should be about halfway. So it should be right here. So I guess I want this to be higher. So I'm going to bring this back here, make it as close to 0 as possible. Undo that. This angle now needs to be modified a little bit. All right. So if I go up like this, the arrow should come down. I think it came down. If I go down, arrow goes up. Yep. If I go up, arrow goes down. All right. Is that okay? Curve. So arrow needs to go down even more. So I'm going to bring this back here. I think I can start earlier and just have that. I still want this kind of ramped up curve because I see the effect is higher as we go along. So maybe we just delete this key. Okay. And then we can adjust this a little bit. All right, so that looks about right. Now let's bring this bad boy forward. Do we still see it? It's about right there too. The angle's barely being modified. I don't know if 0.06 degrees matters at this point. It seems pretty much centered. If anything, this is now a little too low. Okay. All right, so it's getting higher. All right, so now it's overshooting again. So now we're at distance 40. And our original angle is 27, which is, again, halfway right here. And it's already overshooting it. So what does that mean? Does that mean we need to go even steeper? Are we going to end up with just a straight line? Wouldn't that be interesting? I think that would be interesting. That would probably tell a mathematician something. Okay, let's go forward. Just to make sure. Okay, so now it's a little low there, so we're going to have to work with that. But let's go really far back. Original angle still way overshooting. Oh, we still can't go above. So it won't return us a value above 45. So there's that. But this is clearly still not working. If we say, I think I'm gonna have to manually adjust the well, maybe we'll just make this higher. Let's do 75 and just see what happens. Where's my thing? It needs to be closer. Okay. All right. So if I make that 75, it's pretty good. If we go forward, now we're too low. So now I can make this curve a little less. Problem solving is going by way of, let's see if I can just do something else instead. Not completely else, just fix it with something else. I feel like an old physicist who doesn't know about particles that we haven't just discovered yet. And so I'm putting in some, this number has to be there. Prediction of a number. So this is, I think, pretty decent. Let's see. So the center of this is really where we want to go through. The closer we get, the more accurate it is. It's a little low, a little high. So it still needs to go up a little steeper. A little steeper still. Teensy bit more steep. All right, so that from that distance it looks good. This is just brute force at this point, really. Where are we? The original angle is 26. Okay, how are we here? Decent enough. Keeping in mind that during the game, you're not actually going to be firing exactly in the middle. It's going to give you a random spot within a sphere of a radius around the actual target. So small errors in this regard are going to be missed. Okay, but it still, at these larger values, it still goes off. So 30... I think I need to change my math a little bit. Okay, so we're not going to be getting back an angle above 45. We know that because the prediction one won't give us one above 45. So that kind of changes things a little bit in regards to how far back the bow can go. don't think it really matters. What matters is the player's experience, and if the player's having fun, then it doesn't matter the fact that, oh, if I had stepped back another foot and raised the angle a little bit, it would have worked fine. Nah, mean. So what we're doing in this algorithm here is taking mod max, and I think mod max is no longer going to be the right one. I think we're just going to have to divide it by 45. So because we're never going to get to that highest value on the right if it's because we're using mod max is 75 or something. So we're never going to get past 45, so that should be the max. And I think mod max then doesn't get used. Mad max now because it's not being used. Oh, text a friend while we wait and press play maybe. Remember back in the day when you couldn't text people because that wasn't even a thing that existed? Remember back in the day when there was only one phone in the home and you had to call your friend and you had to say, hello, Mrs. So-and-so, this is Andrew. Can I talk to whoever? And then you have to like chit-chat for a minute while so-and-so came to the phone and all that. All right, here we go. So now we are getting, all right, so distance, evaluation mod. Okay, and if we go back, original angle, 13, 13. If we go back, all right, original angle, 32. We're modifying it down to 30. Too far, too far. Let's get all the way to... See, at this point, every little bit I go back, the original angle goes up tremendously. I guess that's the way the math is supposed to work. I want to go back to where it's just under 45. There we go. I can't even get close. All right, and so we're way over. Let's start with this. Oh, I think I have to change the math again. Shoot. Let me look real quick. Mod value. Oh, yep, because mod value is mod max minus 45, so it's going to be 0 at this point. So we're going to say public float mod value equals, we're going to start at 20. I don't think that's right, but we'll do that. And then do that here and here. All right. My apologies. Now we all have to wait another minute or two. I'm going to go get more coffee. Be right back. I'm back. Oh, good. I was worried that everyone would have gone away. What? Why am I getting a null reference? Anyone know? See, this is where it gets kind of like, why is that suddenly popping up? Like, I already knew that these two spheres, for whatever reason, break the loading of the game. But that's okay, because if I turn them off, it works again. But if there's a null reference, that just ruins everything. The music is ominous. It took a while because I had to microwave this coffee. I found out my brother, he's redoing his kitchen, and they decided to not have a microwave. All right, so that was a fluke, I guess. Maybe. Yeah, that was a fluke. Okay. So now we have our mod value. All right, so original angle, bring it back. All right. Bring it back. Bring it back. Bring it back. All right, so now it's being modified much more. So if we mod this up, see, this is where it gets silly. Like, okay. Hey, look at that. I guessed right. All right. Let me bring it all the way back as close as I can get to 45. I don't understand, though, why like half a meter is the difference between a few degrees. Okay, that's really close to 45. Now it's modified to 16. I don't even see an arrow being shot. Okay, so clearly that mod value is too high. All right, so let's get this straight, because this is as far back as it's going to go. So it's probably 17 then? 16.5. All right, that looks about right. So we'll go 16.5 for the mod value, and then we just need to adjust the curve. So that works. That works. Okay, so at this point the curve is not strong enough. What point is this? This is 19. So 19 would be give or take about right here. So if we bring this back, and make this let me delete this key. Okay. All right. So that's give or take about right. About right. About right. About right. About right. Hey, look at that. I think we got it. I'm going to put this on a flat plane. Or how do we get it to... I guess I need to do it like a look at, but... Okay, let me rotate it so it's kind of going towards that. Alright, I'm just going to get this, and with the particle it kind of looks like it's behind it, but it's actually going through. I can't get that handle. Okay. How far back? Too far back. So we're just going to look at that bottom left of the game screen, make sure that it's kind of going the same no matter how. It's kind of going the same. It's probably good enough for movies. All right, so we got 16.5. I'm going to save this curve. And we'll try it with the actual arrow. See how it feels. Ooh, hot, 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 hot. Now I know my coffee cups have handles on them. All right, that curve, and turn off these bad boys. Press play. This is like the duct tape version of coding, fixing it with duct tape. The matrix didn't work, so I'm changing the code in the matrix, so I'm modifying it. All right. All right, all right, all right. Here we go. So let's move around and shoot. Well, I can't see if it hit, but let's see. Where's our goblin? Goblin fighter female. All right. Choo, boom. All right. Well, that's. Well, she's moving. Why is she moving? Stop her moving. Why is she moving? Stop moving. All right. I'll stop her for now. Okay. So it's close enough in this case because it will hit the collider. This is not that specific of a game. And of course, at close range, it's very easy. What just happened? Oh. I think I know what happened. This is what happened. I changed the oh, just come on, 16.5. I changed the other one, not this one. So now what? Am I too far away? Yes, I'm too far away. No, I didn't even hit it. There we go. Okay, I was just too far away. That worked. The angle is being modified down to 28 degrees. But, I mean, it's pretty much getting in the center of mass. There's not much delta between them. So, the real question is then, like if I change my force of my bow, so if I go to my, I believe it's here, range distance. This is why I'm using. Is that what I'm using? No. It's eventually going. That's going to be like the velocity. I think for now I just kind of coded it in here actually. Velocity. Yeah. So if I change this to say 25, then it will go faster. But also the angle is much lower, as you can see, because it's going faster. So let's go back further.
Come
I need to fix that so they don't talk over each other. But I'm actually going to change this to be 1,000 because the real range distance is going to be based on this math in the end. And I think I need to change this also in my player settings. I'm not sure actually. Let's try it before I do that. Oh, and because that inspector is up, the frame rate drops.
Come on! We need to get closer! We need to get closer!
We need to get closer! Okay, so... but we got this stupid bug. Okay, he's got a bow too. It's not my bug. That's why it's stupid. If it was my bug, it wouldn't be stupid. It'd be a very cute bug. One that's like cuddly and quaint. What am I looking for on player 2? I'm looking for their equipment. Equipment spots. Back bow. Let's move that. Oh my god, this might mess things up. Why isn't it showing up? Isn't it supposed to show up? Oh, it's a stat, not a dictionary. Frame rates, really? Well, I let's just restart again then. So I adjusted that on the, but I think that means it will adjust it on the equipped one too. Hi, Merrick again. Welcome back. By the way, thanks for joining the stream. Don't forget to like and subscribe and tell your friends and family. There's bound to be someone in your life who doesn't know that they would love to make games. And it's your task to tell them they should be making games. Alright, let me get rid of this frame rate issue. Okay. Yep, where am I? There I am. Oh, you know I didn't do. I'm just going to do it so I don't forget, because I'm going to forget again and 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 again to actually save these values. 16.5, and the curve is this curve, and we will apply that to the prefab. Yeah, now I think about you when I do daytime streams, and I think this will be okay for Europe, your European time zones. Man, just imagine if I didn't have to have a day job. You know what I should do? I should get a trust fund. How does one go about getting a trust fund? If I had a trust fund, I could stream every single day and not be tired at night. All right, are we done? Are we good? We are good. Okay. So I'm just gonna walk over here, shoot along the way. So she's still moving a little bit, but that's okay. She's barely moving. Now let's go back. See how far back we can go. Okay, and then I was gonna change the velocity to 25. So this is a more powerful bow now, technically. So now it can shoot further because it's more powerful. So the angle's lower, it's faster. Distance is much greater now than it was before. I can barely even see the bad guy, so this is probably a real top level bow here. I can't, my mouse can barely even see. But it's hitting. Okay, so this is pretty much getting close to the range limit here. There we go. So this is the range limit for this one. 63 meters versus the other one. I don't even know what it was, but it was less. And that was only with a difference of 10. So the difference in bow velocities will be relatively minimal. From here now we can't hit it. So it was 63 before. Now we are going to be at 40. So 23 meters for 5, and it's going to be at 15. It's not going to be 23 meters. It's going to be progressively smaller deltas there, but I don't think. Yeah. So now we are at pretty much 22, 23 meters. So that's not bad. So Merrick, the problem, the solution basically was this value mod and curve. And essentially, so let's just go over that for those who may have just joined. We're now modifying the angle. So the original code just got the angle, what I think was actually the right value. I really think, I don't know where the math is going wrong, but it could be that I'm getting the wrong angle and it's just close enough that it feels right. But since it was progressively further off, the more the angle is, the greater the angle, we're now modifying that angle, essentially taking the angle. And let me do the simple version. What do we do? Mod value. Oh, I can just copy this, really. Modified angle, where are we returning? Angle minus, right? Okay. So we're taking the angle in, and we're subtracting from it a proportion of the curve. Basically, we're evaluating the curve. So the further along the curve, the closer it is to 45, which is the max we can probably get to. We can actually get to, not probably. We can't get more than 45 from the current algorithm. The closer it gets to the maximum, the greater the mod value will be applied. So maximum of 16.5. So at 45 degrees, if I get 45 back, it will subtract 16.5. The curve is such, we kind of just brute forced it. So the curve is such that at any of those distances, it subtracts the right amount. So that's the curve of error, the error curve, I suppose. And that gives us back a different angle. It means that we're never shooting actually at 45 degrees, which is really kind of a shame, but I don't really care. I mean, I do care. I care, but not in the sense that I'm going to stop development trying to fix this problem, because it works. As I walk around, I'm going to have to stop now. Pause the game or stop the game. As I walk around, it feels good. It feels right. And I feel like the bad guys shooting at me will feel right, because they're going to use the same algorithm. The distance is fine. I think, at 25 velocity, the distance was so great that you would have to be a really good archer to hit that. So that's good. So I think I can move on, essentially. That's my conclusion here. But I do want to change the particle. Actually, no, I'm not going to change the particle yet. So I'm changing the particle back to the more dim particle because I still want to be able to see things. So the next step is to confirm that this targeting circle is right. That's with the size curve. So there's another curve there for the size of the targeting circle. And it gets progressively bigger the further away you are, because that targeting circle is going to determine, your arrow is going to land somewhere in that radius. It's going to be modified by your accuracy and the enemy's probably speed value. They're not going to dodge out of the way. I'm not going to go that deep. But if they have a very high speed, perhaps relative to your accuracy, then you're more likely to have a bigger. That's going to modify the size of the area that your arrow might hit. And so that's this little circle that's coming up there. As you can see, it's pretty small when you get up here. So there's a very good chance you're going to hit. In fact, right here with this, the collider, I think, is completely covered by this. So you're definitely going to hit within that circle. Maybe it hits up here, maybe it hits down there, whatever. But as you go back, it's supposed to get bigger, and it's not getting bigger. Why is it not getting bigger? Well, let's look at the code. So this is going to be size curve in my arrow system. Oh, really? Do you think the full screen will have an impact? I'll try that in a second, for sure then. Size curve. Oops. Where are we using size curve? Size multiplier. Oh. Range distance. Because I change it to 1,000. Okay, so. Interesting. So okay, here's the problem. The range distance for the player really is going to be determined by whether or not they can shoot it. And we've seen that where if the original angle returns more than 45 degrees, they can't shoot. So that's the edge. I don't want to have to test that every single time the player tries to shoot. I want that just to be pre-known. So I think what we need is math. All right? We need another curve, essentially. Like if I say that 25 is the max velocity, which was kind of crazy. That was 63 meters. We saw 20 was 43, 42 meters, something like that. Maybe 40 meters. And 15 was 22 meters. Yeah, something like that. So there's a curve there between 15 and 25. And so long as the curve is basically saying, hey, if the distance is greater than this, then and your velocity is this, then you can shoot, right? Is that right? Is that what I'm looking for? I know the distance, I know the velocity, therefore this curve will basically tell me if it's going to return distance. So no. What's it going to return? But why am I confusing myself here? Yeah, so the left side of the curve is going to be 15. The right side of the curve is going to be 25. And the green line is going to be the maximum distance you can be and still get a shot out. Yeah. So arrow system is going to end up being attached to each character that can shoot. And I think I need to separate. No. It can be here. It can be here. And each character knows its velocity. Everything else is the same, right? You might have a different arrow particle, target particle, etc. Yeah, so I think that's fine. Okay. Okay. I think I know what I'm going to do now. Where are you distance checking for arrow range or the target mark appearing? Somewhere in this code. I'm going to have to move things around, I think. But what I need now is a distance curve. Public animation curve. Distance curve. Left side is 15. Lowest velocity. Right side is 25. Highest, actually, let's lowest velocity to highest velocity. Size curve is going to be size of the target, larger with greater distance. It's going to be further modified by stats. And then the angle curve is reduction value in angle to fix maths and matrix bugs. All right. Mod max, I don't think we use this. Yeah, so we can remove this. Sorry, I'm going to start cleaning this up too at the same time. Mod value is going to be, I'm going to just hard code this 16.5 since that's what worked with an F. This is going to be the value that is reduced at full strength, I guess, of angle mod curve. Okay. Do we use max height and max? I don't know if we do. I don't think so. I think what I'm going to do is start commenting things out that I think we don't need. Don't think we need that. Don't think we need that. Don't think we need this. Distance to arrow target. And the target sphere. I guess we do need that still. Do angle we're not using. This stuff is all commented out. Angle mod. Do we need angle mod? No. Okay, so I can comment that out and comment all of this out. Handle target sphere. We're not doing that. So I can even comment out the update. Cancel hover enemy. Yes, we need that. Target particle position. Yes, we need that. All right, set hover enemy. Oh, we do. Oh. Wait, min height, max height? I'm not sure what height refers to in this case. Let's see, set hover enemy. We get our distance to the enemy. That's passed in. This is where we get our range distance. This is where we need to make that update. Melee distance, in other words, if they're within melee distance and they can't shoot, they have to use their other weapon. Even if they wanted to use their bow, they can't. So that's just the way it is. All right, then we do the math on the multiplier. Then we do size multiplier. Then we lerp that. Why are we lerping it? Why aren't we doing... So this is the size of the thing. So we do need height still. Okay. But that's... Oh, wait a minute. Nope, we don't need that. That was for when we were testing the parabola thing. So we don't need that. And if we keep going back, okay, we don't need any of that. Show sphere. What's the sphere? It's probably the sphere around the enemy. Yeah, I think I used to call it sphere. So we're going to call this show targeting target particle. Make that more clear. Hover enemy, that's the enemy being hovered, and this is the actor target. All of them will have an actor target component on them. If we don't want to have one, then we throw an error. We don't need... What is set particle size? Okay, we do need set particle size then. Okay, but we don't need all the other stuff there. All right. Height difference is not being used. All that's not being used. All right. So we can comment out stuff that's gray here. We're going to keep pause level. Min size, max size. Are we using these? We are for the particle size. So this is the, we're going to call this min target size. Yes, formally serialized. And then max target size. So it's more clear. So I don't forget. That's going to be modified. These are what's going to be modified by the stats and stuff. So I think the min is not going to be modified because that's just going to be you're close and can get it. But the max is going to be modified. So if you're super accurate and they're super slow, then the max size will be smaller. Vice versa, if they're really fast or you're really not accurate, it's going to be bigger. So that's the potential area that the arrow could end up in. So bigger area means you're less accurate, you more chance of not hitting. And then and we'll eventually just play with that to make it feel right so people feel like it's fair in the game. And then once you hit that shoot button, it'll choose a random position inside a sphere around the target of that radius. And then if you're lucky, because we got this luck stat, and I like the idea that most everything has a component of if you're lucky. And in that regard, it's kind of like a roll of the dice 1 to 100. And if your luck value is greater than what the end result is, then all of a sudden it will choose 2 spots, and you'll get the better of the 2 spots, or the better of 2 outcomes, essentially. In this case, yeah, I'll just get the closer of the 2 to the actual target. You still might miss, but it just means there's a greater chance, slightly greater chance that you'll hit if you're lucky. So the player shouldn't think like, oh, I have more luck and now suddenly I'm getting all these hits. It should be more of a kind of feels like I hit more now that I've got this luck value, but I'm not sure. It's hard to tell because it'll be like a 3 or 4% increase, you know. All right. So I think that's everything there. Let's check for errors. I'm going to have to pause the game too, or stop the game, not pause it. It's already paused. Check for errors to make sure I didn't miss anything in that script. This should get smoothed out too, and I can organize my variables as well. And I think, yeah, so when a character goes to shoot an arrow, whether it's an enemy, something like an auto turret, and it's really any projectile that uses this curve thing, so it could be a magic spell as well. If it's not firing straight or doing its own crazy math or crazy scripting, then it will go through this system. It's just going to call actions. Really, probably just call arrow system. I think I have is it a singleton? Is that the word for it? Arrow system or whatever. Static thing for it. So arrow system, and then it will basically pull from this. It will say, hey, my velocity is this. What's the other details? So this will just return the pertinent information to the person doing the shooting, the actor doing the shooting. All right. Okay, I'm going to clean this up just a little bit more for my own sanity. And to do that, I'm going to say, we can remove this now. All right, what are we going to do? Header required. Oh, I did spell it right. Okay, so the target particles required. Arrow is required. And we're going to call this arrow prefab. So this is going to be the particle or object to show as the target. Show on the target. And this is going to be the arrow we will spawn. Now these could easily be moved to something else. There's a good chance that the target particle and the arrow prefab will be based on other things. I haven't decided yet if in this game there's going to be different arrows like in Skyrim, or if you even have to collect arrows. There's a chance maybe you've got infinity arrows and we just don't even worry about that. But this would likely be moved in the end, but for now it's fine here. And same with the spawn transform, that's really based on whoever's shooting. So transform where the arrow will start from /spawn. All right, and then down here we're going to say header replace these. These are temporary variables, and we can remove the formerly serialized as prints bits, and we're going to call this minimum size of the target object, and of course maximum size of the target object. The actual size is going to be that radius or the diameter, and then this is going to be initial velocity of the projectile, between 15 and 25. So I'm going to do, now we're going to change this later, but let's see, what is this? Somebody knows this off the top of their head. This is this keeping it between two values. Let's see. Unity 3D editor, keep float between two values. God, I'm forgetting the name. Range. Yeah, is that just range? Yes, there you go. Thank you for that. You'd think I'd remember that, but I've only used it myself a few times. Thank you, Corey. And so we'll keep that there because we want to keep it within that range. It's just silly. Actually, if the velocity is much lower, it gets really bad really fast. So yeah, 15 was just my first guess when I started this, but turns out it's actually a good base value. It could probably go down a little bit more, but not much. And okay, so we're gonna replace those, and then here we'll do header, curves, the gym, and then here just say privates. Okay, I don't know if I need all of these private variables, but that's fine. Okay. And then this mod value is going to be moved up. And then we're going to rename this angle mod value, modification value. Again, always try and make it as human readable as possible. I think that's the best advice, one of the best advices people can get and give. And sometimes we all make a mistake. I will do min instead of minimum and max instead of maximum. But other than that, I do try to make them human readable. And I can remove these bits. All right. That's much cleaner. Okay, so we still need to set the distance curve. And that's just going to be kind of a brute force thing too, in a way. It's not a linear line. There's a curve to it. But I'm not sure what that curve is. Angle mod val is, no, it's not. And you know what's crazy is I was looking, at other people's code online about various things in here, and the stuff I found was, this is mine, but like this, if you can see this, this was the original trajectory or angle, and I added this comment, so this confused me. And what's weird about this one as well is there's a y value, and y was hard coded to 0. I assumed y was for height, but it was hard coded to 0 in the code, so this is 0 as well. So I'm not, it was just, yeah. So arrow system, and yeah, we have arrow system there. Okay. All right, so how are we going to figure out this curve? So I'm going to put the two min and max here. So we're going to say private float min distance curve value equals 15, and private float max distance curve value equals 25. So this is going to be minimum velocity on any bow or shooting object bow, and maximum velocity on any shooting object bow, like a bow or something else that shoots. I know, there's no reason for it. I mean, you can make them other languages too. I've seen that where people use other languages for them. If that helps, that helps. When I was like 12, I used to copy coding magazines and see if I could code. My brother was the coder, I wasn't. And I would like just copy them. They were always bugged, so I never got anything working. But when I did try to play around with my own stuff, I would use variables like fart and snot. And my dad was like, make them make more sense, which was good advice. That I should have made them make more sense to what they were supposed to be. But I was just having fun. I was 12 or 13 or whatever. So I was like, no. And that was discouraging. Oh well. All right, so Now we've got that. And we'll make a method called public. We're going to return a bool. And this is going to be can shoot from range. And with this, we're going to need a float velocity. And a float distance. I think that's it. And we are just going to say if velocity is less than min distance curve value, or velocity is greater than max distance curve value, then return false. So in other words, if your velocity is outside the range, you can't shoot. And then we will say okay. Temp angle. Oh yeah, this is just for the print for the debug log. Okay. Angle. Modified angle. So you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to move these. Oh, I'm going to make a get angle. Method here. So public void get angle. And we need distance and velocity. I'll put velocity first, so it matches the other one, and we'll replace that there, and we will put that there. So this is also going to make the modification as well. Okay, I'm going to remove the debug there. Remove this. I'm just going to make this as simple as possible. And we're going to say return angle, and it's going to be float. Okay. I can make it even more simple, but I can make this more simple, but I'm not going to yet because it's a long line already. So I think it's easier to read like, okay, get the angle, then modify it. And then instead here, we're going to say var angle equals get angle with the velocity and distance. And in fact, okay, let me delete this, and then we'll keep that. Say angle is final angle is that. Okay. I want to put velocity here, so when we shoot, we pass in our velocity and our distance. Or really what we're going to be passing in is this is going to handle everything. So what we really need is to pass in is a few things. So velocity, we'll pass in our thinking. So we're replacing target sizes too. Okay, let me not change this yet. I'm going to eventually change that and add the variables up there, but okay. And okay, so get angle. So now I can use get angle up here. And we're going to say oh. I suppose, I don't know if this is a terribly difficult thing on the system to do. I think it probably is. But you know what? We might not need this curve at all. Because we can just say if get angle, velocity, distance is not a number. I think that, what's the not a number? It was in this, is NaN. Float dot is NaN. Okay. Why is this? Okay. So if that's not a number, then return false. Otherwise, return true. So we're basically saying if, okay, return, okay. So if the float we get back is not a number, which is what's been happening, which is over 45 degrees, I think it returns not a number. And if float that is NaN, that, then return NaM. Can we do that? Single NaM? I'm not sure what single NaN is. Basically, I don't even want to do the modified angle. If it's not a number, I think. Okay, I think this should work. So, and then down here, we will say if float dot is NaN angle. If it's not a number, then we will end up returning, and we will debug.log can't shoot out of range. All right. And that'll stop that process from going. And is that, I feel like we can do float.nan. There we go. I saw that come up here and I was like, that sounds more appropriate. All right. Then can shoot from range is what we're looking for. Start hover. So hover. Where's my set hover enemy? Where is this called from? So I think I want to do the check outside of this script. I want other things to check that. So I'm going to go here. This is where we set our hover enemy. So basically in range is what we're looking for. Are we in range right now? We're saying in range, distance to enemy. And so I'm going to go to that method and find out. So right now we're active player range distance. So we definitely want distance to have to be greater than melee distance. And then we want to know, instead of this, I'm going to do my favorite thing, save that. So instead of This we're going to say arrow system dot range. Arrow can shoot from range, and we need, so we need our velocity. We don't have that yet, so I'm just going to put in 15 and distance. We're passing in distance there. So if we can shoot from range and the distance is greater than melee, then yes, we are in range. All right. And let me just make sure I'm not using this value. I am saying particle size. Oh, this is why I was thinking of a curve, to get the max distance. Well, maybe I'll hard code that too. We'll see. Let's go with this step one at a time. TMI, but I got a kidney stone somewhere in the system and it is not comfortable. You're welcome. Let's just see. I don't know. Did I hook everything up? I don't even know if I hooked everything up properly. Let's just see what happens. So I guess the target won't show up unless I'm within range. And so we shouldn't get that NAN error in the console anymore. And everything should just work the same as it was before. All right. Target shows up. That's nice. Ah, okay. So we do have the arrow prefab of arrow system has not been assigned. I thought I had saved it and let it go before it. Oh well. Prefab projectiles, arrow. Everything else is looking correct. And apply that. Oh, I just advanced level 16 on the Discord. That's cool. Oh, I wanted to share. For those of you who are watching, I saw a neat looking asset on the asset store. It's on new release discount right now, and I wanted to check it out because it looks pretty cool. If you know the asset Grab It was really cool in that you could just take some prefabs or things, just pick them up and drop them and they just land. And I saw this asset which kind of looks like it does the exact same thing, but maybe it's more powerful. I'm not sure. This Yap, yet another prefab painter. This video in particular has a whole lot of nothing because that's a cool scene, there's a cool raccoon, but it's not the raccoon. None of this is actually in the package. This is all from other people's stuff. But if you look at the beginning, this is what's cool. This sort of dragging, dropping, just letting things fall naturally. These planting of leaves is really neat, very natural. So in other words, you know, this is what it does. Like this scene is as well is really cool. Kind of just dropping things and they roll around, and you know, I'm sure once you do that, if it doesn't look right, you can redo it as much as you want. So it's something I want to try out. Anyways, that's it. This is playing now. All right, so all right, it seems to be working. There's no colliders on those buildings. The game's also, oh, we're out of range. Look at that. The game's also going to have a thing where if you just hit the S button, you'll shoot, or not the S button, but some other button, you'll shoot. So you don't have to aim. It'll just kind of aim at the kind of, I don't know, do some math, center of the screen / closest enemy type of thing. All right, so that seems to be working. When we're out of range, oh, look at this. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is the target thing there? Can't shoot, out of range. So that's interesting. This is saying I can shoot, but the target isn't showing up unless I get a little bit closer. So, distance. Where's my... Can shoot from range. So this value is distance. I think there's multiple ways to get distance, and I think I want to say that this is the better way. Heading magnitude. So this dot magnitude. Take the destination. Take the two things and do the subtract one from the other and get the magnitude. I think that's the best way to get the distance. The target object is, but the actual target is actually inside the goblin. It's like right in the middle of the chest. The particle gets pushed forward 1 meter in front. Distance. So I think this is what I need to do for distance. And so when I say, can I shoot from range? In range, I'm passing in this distance value, which is distance to player, which uses vector3.distance. So let's do position stack return dot magnitude. So let's see if that works. I think that's the faster way to get distance. I just need to make sure that I'm computing distance the same way through multiple scripts, just in case there is a slight difference. Ugh. Need to drink more water, I think. Jeez. This is the ASMR version of the stream where I take my pills out of the pill canisters for my living long life pills. All right. Press play. And still waiting. Does it seem like it's getting longer every time I press play? Like, kind of seems like it, right? Like every time I press play, it's like 2 seconds longer. All right. I should put a debug log. All right, that's okay. I'll just go far away and see if it happens again. I wonder. So, okay. So I need to do a debug log because I don't know why I'm getting two different. Oh. What am I actually checking? Positions check. Ah. I'm not actually checking. I need to get a Oh, good. Glad we were on the same page. So the problem here is I'm actually checking the distance to the enemy, not the distance to the from the spawn position to the attack spot. So I need to make a version. I still want this as a method. I think that still makes sense just from the player's position. But I'm going to make a copy of this and make a distance, and we're going to call this range distance to player. And we're going to need positions check and yeah, so position check is still going to be something we pass in. Player game object dot spawn arrow spawn. What do I do? Spawn position arrow spawn position. What is arrow spawn position? What is the arrow spawn position? I think it's on the arrow system, right? Yeah, so I can call it from the arrow system. What am I doing here? So we're going to be position check to arrow system dot arrow spawn transform dot position magnitude. Okay, so this is going to get the distance between the position check to the magnet to the and the arrow spawn position. Okay, so now if I go to here, range distance player, hit transform position. So now it's not actually going to be hit transform position. So in this case, we know it's an enemy. And every enemy is going to have an actor target. So let me just get my actor target. Yeah, so get component actor target. Yeah, that should be fine. Hit dot oops dot game object dot what is hit? Raycast hit dot, isn't it hit dot game object? Okay. Actor target top transform top position. All right, that's a lot of. No, it's not that. Dot. There we go. Arrow target. That's a lot of dots. Can we make a? Maybe I already did it. No, I didn't. Okay, so we'll say public target position. Return arrow target. Oops. arrow target dot position. What is, oh, vector 3. Target position. So return arrow target dot position. And then here I can just say, oh, what just happened? Did I just, okay, what? I don't know what's going on. Everything's changing. Target position. All right. I can actually change this. I don't think I need to cache this, but hit object equals that, and so hit object equals that, and you know, we can go a little bit further. We can say var actor target equals that, and then we can say actor target to position. Okay, it's a little bit shorter now, and okay. So now it should give us the same value. Oh, you know what? Debug log. Debug.log distance to enemy, new method equals distance to enemy at the gates. Merrick, I don't know if you were here, by the way. The angle calculation doesn't actually work completely right. I have to modify it with a value adjusted by a curve. So the final result works, but there is something wrong with the code somewhere. I just don't know where. Ooh, this coffee's cold. I always want to get one of those coffee cups that keeps your coffee warm, but then I think that's kind of a waste. First, they're really expensive. They're like $100, which is kind of dumb. And second, it just uses energy, and it's probably not a ton of energy, but I don't know. Plus, cool-looking coffee cups are cool, right? You have a friend over and you give them a cool-looking coffee cup, and they're like, "Oh, that's a cool cup. That feels good." That's like a thing. That's a good solution. Sometimes I forget, like I'll get partway down and then I'll just forget about it for 20 minutes or 30 minutes or an hour. And then later I'll be like, oh, like right now I've got like half an inch of coffee, maybe a centimeter and a half of coffee. All right, so distance to enemy is that. Look, it's changing because the enemy is moving. See how she's slowly moving? Let's fix that real quick. This will only show up when I've got this going on. She's still moving. There we go. She's still moving? No, it's just going back and forth. Okay, so that's just because the motion of the animation. All right. So now let's go back. Okay. Can we shoot? What? Hit nothing. Oh. Because I turned off the capsule collider. All right, that's just... All right, so that works. I can shoot here. If I go back slightly, I can't shoot. Okay, so now we got the right calculation. Perfect. And is she speaking? I don't think she speaks when she's supposed to say something like, damn, I'm out of range or something. So let's fix that. Oh, Jason Storey's here, everybody. Contigo Pinnacle Couture mug. Lasts for hours and stays hot, you say, huh? Let's look that up as an aside. Oh, it's like a travel mug type thing? Like this? Yep. That's why I use on like the Sunday show. I usually have my little thermos with coffee in it. It only holds like a cup and a quarter of coffee because, you know, an actual coffee cup, not a measuring cup, coffee cup. All right, so I can turn off this debug. So we got that working. And where is speak? Can't learn spell. This will come in handy. I don't have a bow. I'm too far away. React to distance too far away. So this is in left mouse click, kick enemy. If we can shoot and in range. Distance. So if we can shoot, but we're not in range distance. And did we... We just changed the computation to distance to player, range distance to player, and I want to make sure I'm using it properly everywhere. Because it's likely that I'm not. This was an older script that I've been slowly updating, by the way, too. So there's that. Constant changing. Range distance to player. So this is actually... Range distance isn't a thing. So instead of this, we need to do in range and distance. And where do we get distance? We're gain distance here. And so what we really want to do is also add float range distance. And right here. So float range distance equals range distance to player. Hit dot transform dot position, and we will pass that here as well. Okay, and then we will fix this and say var hit position equals hit transform dot position, and we'll pass that into here and here instead. And you can tell this is old because I have a debug that doesn't use the $sign and doing the inline stuff. Distance and range distance. Okay. And I'm going to rename this to be temp melee distance to use the fancy all uppercase thing that Jason Wyman was doing. Clean up as we go. All right. So now, I think she will now say she's out of range when she's out of range. The whole voice system I need to update at some point to figure out, I guess, how to handle what happens when somebody starts talking. Like, if they're already talking, can you make them talk again? And if you have to make them talk again, force it. Like, generally, no, you can't make them talk again. But what if you have to? What if there's a force? So what happens when you force them to talk again? And it would be interesting, like, if I'm saying, you know, I had a great day. Oh my gosh, there's a bug over there. And I'm cutting off, oh, I had a great day at work today. And to say, oh my gosh, there's a bug over there. In real life, I might say, yeah, you know, I had a great day. Oh my gosh, I had a great day. And, you know, so what happens if I cut off in the middle of a word? Yeah. Anyways, just thinking out loud about that. And so now we have our range distance, and you can see the range distance is slightly different from the actual distance, enough that it matters. Oh, hit nothing.
Come on, we need to get closer.
If only I were a little bit closer. If only I were a little bit closer. If only I were a little bit closer.
Yeah, so we need to do something about that, basically. Probably need to keep a track of what's actively being played. Maybe have an importance level as well. So that if some random voice starts coming on, but it's not as important as the one that's already playing, and the one that's already playing stays loud and the other one gets muted or quieter. And in this case, if we do this,
If only I were a little bit closer.
then maybe the one that's, you know, equal importance age will be muted, not muted, but made quieter so that you can hear the new voice over the other one. That's what I'm thinking. Anyways, but
Come on, we need to get closer.
now we've got that going on. Yep. We still have the issue, of course. We see the arrows going through the body here, and they are pointing the right direction. But still, for some reason, we see a lot of horizontal arrows here. And what's kind of interesting is it actually looks like it's horizontal on the second frame, because we see lower, I'm pointing at my screen, you can't see me pointing at the screen, lower, right, well, my mouse is, okay, how about this? Lower, right here, we see it vertical, and then in the middle of the screen, it's horizontal, right? So, what I think is happening is that arrow flight, this is where it handles look at, it should have a last position, but what we should check is saying if last position equals vector 3.0, then we will just say last position equals current position. Equals transform dot position. So what we'll do is we'll put this here, and we'll put this up here, and we will put that there, and then we will return. So in other words, don't handle the rotation, because we do the rotation at instantiation, and I'm thinking what it's doing is it's rotating it to world 0, which is why I didn't notice it when we were in other angles, because world 0's wherever it is, and you have to be at the right angle to see it go horizontal. So I think that's what was going on. That should fix it. Let's find out. Is this how you all do it too, where you fix one thing and then check it, then fix one more thing, check it, and even though you're trying to do some other thing, you keep finding these small little things to fix, so you fix each one as you go along? That tends to be my MO. Because still, the next step is really to make this target work. Because if you remember, like an hour ago, that's why I started doing. But I've been like adjusting other things ever since, which is all good. It all works. It's all important. The last 2 days have been cold. Not really cold, but just not hot. It'd be fun if you stopped the arrow on collision, enter, after a couple frames, and had arrows stuck. That's a good idea. We don't have the collision yet, though. It's just going right through. But that's the next step. So one thing I want to add is the audio. And the audio, of course, will include the collision. And my audio library has different sounds for different impacts. So like this one is going to be mostly leather and flesh. So we're going to have fun playing with that. What did I just change? That's the other thing. What did I just change? Oh, yes. The arrow angle. It looks right now, right? Yeah, look at that. So this particle is more bright than it needs to be. I've got another particle saved that's less bright. That's too bad. Look at that. That sometimes it starts lower than others. I think what we're going to have to do is maybe start the arrow a meter back so that it's always in front. Pomodoro style. Pasta Pomodoro. There was a restaurant, I don't know, I think it was a chain, Pasta Pomodoro in San Jose 20 years ago that I liked. They had good bread. Write your tasks in order of project value and then use sticky notes and force yourself to stick with that. Yes, that's how people do it at work too. And then I get nothing done because they won't prioritize the small things that they think aren't as important as I think they are. So I have to spend my time making a slide deck that might convince them of the importance of it and might not. But that takes like days or hours and time. And it seems like a waste of time. Instead, we should just get more stuff done. Anyways, okay, that's a good way of doing it. I was thinking about that one day. I mean, for the big things, but I don't know if I could just not fix small things as I go along, you know? But I figure at some point I'm going to have to get a little bit more organized with all that stuff. Like this whole, like, oh, make the arrow move back or start one frame back. It actually wouldn't even matter if I started the particles a little bit later too. But yeah. Anyways. All right. So now the question was about this distance. So this needs to grow bigger as we get further away. Technically to the max distance. Now, the reason why I had this curve was to check max distance. Where is it? Where's my curve? This one, distance curve. Now I can brute force that and then make the curve and make sure it works. Or I can just say the max distance is if you're 30 meters away, 20 meters away. I think at 15 velocity, the max was... let's find out. We're at 15 velocity now. So what's the max at distance at 15 velocity?
Come on, we need to get closer. Come on, we need to get closer.
No, you don't.
Come on, we need to get closer.
Well, that's annoying.
Come on, we need to get closer.
I think I need to bring back my debug log. So we know the range distance is 23.
Come on.
So there is
We need
a
to get closer.
slight difference here. Between my range calculations. So here we're using the spawn transform position and the target position, gain the magnitude. So I'm going to, okay, public float get range distance. We're going to say position or vector 3. Target position and vector 3 source position, and we're just going to return this. Didn't I just write this somewhere? I did. Source position, target position. Okay. Is this big enough for people to read? Let me make it bigger. Target position minus source position of magnitude. So that's to get the range distance. And so I'm going to make sure I use that here. Arrow target position and arrow spawn transformed up position. Okay. Okay. So now I want to make sure I use this exact same one on my actions. So range distance to player. I'm going to change this to be arrow system dot get range distance position to check and all right, so now range distance to player is going to use the arrow systems get range distance. Instead of, yeah. And then this needs to get a different thing too. That's the other thing. Actor target position. Okay. So hit.transform.gameObject.getComponent actor target dot target position. Okay. So now it's passing the right thing. So that was probably the real issue right there. But it is probably better to make sure that they all use the exact same eventual method to make sure that they get the same value. All right, so I was checking the actual distance at the minimum velocity of 15. So the worst bow you can possibly have in the game. And maybe the strength value will increase your velocity slightly. Like the stronger you are, the slightly larger it is. A small impact, but maybe you'd get an extra few meters out of your range if you're really strong. Or maybe instead the bow will have a minimum and maximum range, and the range that you use is going to be based on your strength. That sounds cool. So like maybe the shortest bow is just 15 to 16. It's not much. And the big bows might be anywhere from like 20 to 25. And if you're really strong, you can get up to 24, 24 and a half, almost 25. But exponentially hard to get to 25. Like getting to warp 10. All right. And yes, moving targets will be another thing to add. The idea of if they're moving, then I probably want to do some basic math on their speed and where they'd be in X time.
Come on, we need to get closer. Come on, we need to get closer. Come on, we need to get closer.
All right. All right, that seems better. Okay, so this range is 22.8. So what if we just do that? Let's just try that for now. 22.8. See how it looks. So this is going to be target particle. Wrong one. Arrow system. Set particle size. I guess this could actually be something that's set by the bow as well. So some bows might just be inherently more accurate than others. So maybe there's a trade-off between like power, like damage value, and accuracy or something like that. I actually like that. So let's go with that. So we're going to actually make this a temp value. So we're going to say bow range accuracy value. And we're going to make this a float in my replace this section. Public float. And we're going to set it at 23. And we'll do a range, make this 10 for a super inaccurate one and 100 for a super accurate one. Set by the bow. How inherently accurate the bow or other object is. Alright, that's good. I like that idea. So the range distance is now that. Melee distance is that. We're going to rename this to be shooting object accuracy range. And then max distance is going to be shooter accuracy range minus the melee. Can I do this? Our test equals that. Can't do that, huh? Float. Darn. I was hoping I could oh, compile time. I see. Yeah. Oh well. Oh, but you know what I could do? Does that make sense? Var shooting object accuracy. So this is an accuracy range. Accuracy range. Okay, never mind. I'll just leave it here for now. Fix that later. Refactor it later. All right, so melee distance. That's hard coded to 3 right now, but it's probably going to stay that way, but that's okay. Max distance. Get the multiplier. Oh, my size curve. Oh yeah, the size curve is basically it's a bigger impact the further away you, or the closer you get to that max value. And we just do the final size. So these will be set by the bow as well. Transform local scale. Okay. That should work. This is one of the songs that you can get in the Infinity PBR packs. Have any of you who have character packs, have any of you used the music? Do you guys use the music yet? I often wonder about that. I spent a lot of money on the music. I love it, but I always felt that people liked it, but nobody was really using it. I think in general people put audio kind of at the end. Kind of should be at the beginning, but a lot of people put it at the end of their process, and so I always wonder if people are actually making use of the music. I stopped producing it. The composer I was working with, great guy, was getting better gigs, i.e. people could pay him more than me, and his rates got higher than I could afford. But he was happy that the work he did with Infinity PBR got him those better gigs and got him more experience in a portfolio. So it worked out, but yeah. Getting custom music made is not cheap. I'll tell you that much. Is this going to work? What just happened? Oh, I think I clicked the button too soon. All right, let's try again. Yeah, I've been trying to play that new Diablo game, and it keeps crashing my phone. Okay. Real quick, I wonder. Oh, my mute button also turns off. I see. I've been pushing. I've got one master mute button and the one button for the mic and one for the computer. I've been pushing the master one, and when I should have only been pushing the microphone one. My bad. All right, we're good. We're good. Now let's see it in action. So we're really close. Too close for comfort. Melee only. So there's the target. That's the smallest it can go. And then it's it's gain. It needs to evaluate every single frame. So it's only evaluating when I do that. Whoa, yeah. So when you're really far away, we'll adjust that. But when you're really far away, it's like, I'm probably not gonna hit it. Maybe there's a whole bunch of them and you just get lucky. Makes sense. I feel like with this mini game of maybe not paying them, it kind of does beg for arrows to be a thing. It's just management of arrows just doesn't sound fun. You know, like it was never my most fun thing about Skyrim or something. Arrow management, like I have to go buy arrows. I'm not going to have crafting in this game except for potions. So there's no crafting arrows. It's just, yeah. All right, so that was a big size, but the real issue here is that it seems to only set the particle size on set hover enemy, and it needs to do that on update. Do I have I moved my update, and that was handle target sphere. Okay, So I do want handle target sphere still. I can remove tick. Well, Apple introduced that, and I always hit the function key by accident, and now that smiley thing comes up. I changed show sphere to be something else, right? Show target particle. Return. Set the position. Set the size. Don't do that. Don't do that. Okay. That should do it. Let's see. That also keeps it in front of the enemy, so as the player goes around or the enemy moves around, the target will stay there as well. Oh, shit. Oh, that was... God, this takes so long. Why does it take so long? This is also from Infinity PBR. Which one's this? This is the Mummy? No, this is Anubis. Ancient Mirror. Ancient Mirror. Oh, I think this one might be from Medusa. Yeah, probably Medusa. Tried to make it sound like old Greek music. There's a recording done of a song that they found in ancient Greece ruins or something. Am I using source control? I am using a time machine backup. Maybe I can do a whole stream with somebody else who wants to do a stream with me and teach me how to use proper source control like plastic. The problem is it gets expensive because this project's huge. All right, so there we go. Okay, okay. So here we go. As we go back, it gets bigger, bigger. Now, why is it's pulsing bigger, right? Why is that? Oh, because it's actually pulsing. That's why. So it gets narrower, narrower, narrower. And then as we move around, it always stays in front. All right. So now we need to know, how big is it? How big is it? Final size. So we will say, make this an actual thing. We're going to say target particle size. And we'll put that way up here in our privates. Private float equals -1. And we will now do a public float target particle size, or target size. And this is going to be get target particle size. And the reason why we're making it its own special little method here is because if not, or if hover enemy is null, then return -1. Otherwise, we'll return target particle size. So basically, target particle size won't get updated unless we're doing actively showing it. Yeah, and so, I guess, yeah. So we Oh, interesting. Wait a minute. Let me talk this out. So, you can shoot without targeting the enemy, right? So it doesn't matter if there's a hover enemy. It just needs to know what the size would be. Okay. So down here is set particle size. So we can modify this a little bit. Okay, so we're gonna make this into private void get target particle size, and set that there, and we're gonna return target particle size. What am I doing? Return that. Okay. I know we have a second one of these, and this is going to be setting that. So we're gonna get target particle size, and then set it there. Okay. Can I do like vector 3 dot one number? Is that a thing? New vector 3 dot. No way just to set that. Oh well. Okay. So size. Okay. Get will now get this from okay, so we're gonna actually call this wait a minute. We can pass in some variables, of course. When we call target size, what we really want is to pass in some variables. We need to know things like, what do we need to know? We need to know the accuracy range. So float accuracy range equals 0. Oops. And here we'll say if accuracy range equals 0, then okay, no, we don't need to do that. Okay. We'll see we need accuracy range, so we'll set that here. Okay. And we need melee distance. Or really what we need here is float min distance. And for us that's going to be melee distance. And okay, and then max distance is just the thing there. Size multiplier is that. So if we know the accuracy range and the minimum distance and the distance. And so we'll pass in distance and put that there. Then we need minimum and maximum target size as well. Oops. Can't do that. Okay. So float min size and yeah, min target size, max target size, and here float min size, float max size, and we'll use these down here instead. Curve multiplier is going to stay the same, or this is going to stay the same. Okay. Size multiplier is that. I feel like, if I remember my math correctly, does this mean I can say distance minus or distance divided? No. If this is 3 and this is 10, then this would be 7 divided by, let's say this is 20 and this is 3. So it would be 7 divided by 17. Yeah, so that's fine. I'll just do that. All right. And I can make that there. I'm not going to, you know what? I'm going to go back. I keep it simpler, easier to read. All right. So now if I call get target particle size via target size, I need to pass all of these in to it. And so we're going to pass in accuracy, range, min distance, min size, and max size. All right. So that should give us the target size simply by knowing the range, the minimum distance, and the current distance, the minimum size and the maximum size. Okay. So before I go forward, let me just press play and make sure I didn't break everything. The problem is when I do too much and then I press play and then I'm like, wait, something did break, but where and what? And then you have to figure it out. I don't like that. So the problem with using source control, where you have to pay for the use, I'm getting distracted. Let's see if I come over here and my assets. So yes, this package or this project is 43 gigabytes in size. So the reason why is because I've got all this asset store stuff in there, and including a lot of stuff that's my own stuff where I'm like, I don't need to back up that stuff. Let's see. Modifying target particle size in get function. I am. Target particle size. Thank you. Oh, no. Oh. Yes, you're right. Okay. So what we're returning is this. Okay. So thank you. Good catch. Yeah, 43 gigabytes. I think it would be great if, since Unity owns Plastic now and Unity owns the Asset Store now, if there was a way for Unity to know, oh, this is content from the Asset Store, we're not going to charge you for it. Because if you remove all the Asset Store content from this project, it's like not very big at all. And you know, considering, like, aside from my own stuff, I bought stuff from the Asset Store. It would be nice if that included lifetime storage of it via Plastic. And that would definitely push people to use Plastic, in my opinion. Because then it would be cheaper than other systems inherently. All right. I need to restart this, though, to test all this. I just want to test to make sure it actually works. Okay. What's better? Cheese popcorn or caramel popcorn, or like movie theater popcorn, or just plain old make it at home, maybe add a little salt, but that's it popcorn? Super healthy. Answer in the comments. Okay, clear that out. Now, so essentially nothing should have changed. Yep, seems right. So now I can sample that value with target size in my actions. Oh, yep. So this is where I need to think about this shoot method, because I'm gonna have to pass stuff in here, I think. Will I? Because what are the things that I'm going to public void shoot? And in this one, I'm going to start passing things in. So I need the spawn position. So vector 3 source position. And wait a minute, do this the other way around. Oh, you like the Chicago mix? Yeah, see, I understand. And you can get the giant bag at Costco sometimes. And luckily, I also like eating one at a time, and that's the cheese one, and then I like not eating the rest of it. Caramel popcorn's okay, but it's too sweet for me. So I like the mix because I can get a cheap bag at Costco and it's huge, but then I just like the cheese one. All right, so basically I'm going to keep a basic chute that just pulls in the data from this, but I want to transition this to be a method where I can say, where I can pass in what I want to pass in. Because a lot of this data is going to come from the bow and the enemy and the other details. And arrow system can be agnostic in that regard. So let's transition essentially. So source position is now going to be spawn position. So I'm going to remove that and then fix those. Okay, the next one is going to be target. So vector 3 target position. And so we will pass in this and okay. I think that's the only spots there. Distance, we got those. Okay. Now we need the velocity. Velocity, which is a float. And really, if we want to be very clear, we're going to be initial velocity, but we'll just call it velocity. Make that, use that one instead. Where else do we use it? Anywhere else? Here. Okay. Distance, we got here, angle, angle, can't shoot out of range, angle. It makes sense because it's so much cheaper. That the Krieger's whatever popcorn brand is so expensive, but at Costco when they have it, it's like $4 for a giant bag instead of $7 for a small bag, and the giant bag's like 4 small bags in one. So the cost is really cheap, and if you throw out all the caramel ones, you're still saving money. It's almost criminal not to do it like that. Okay, we need the arrow prefab. Game object arrow prefab. But this hides that, so shoot, so what should I do? Prefab arrow. Make it prefab arrow instead. Source position. Arrow spawn transform. Ooh. Okay. So we want this rotation too. So rotation. What is rotation going to be? Is there a thing? What is this return? It's a quaternion. Quaternion rotation. Initial rotation. Place that there. So it has to have an arrow flight on it. So if what we'll say then up here, let's see, try get If not, try get component arrow flight. Am I doing this right? Let's see. Out var arrow flight. Prefab arrow dot. No. Prefab. All right. Look it up. Try get out. Oh, maybe I have to do it like this. Maybe I have to say if not arrow prefab dot try get and then what was it? Out arrow flight. Okay, there we go. Then if we don't do that, then we're going to say debug.log arrow prefab arrow dot name is missing the arrow flight component. Okay, and then we return. An arrow flight is used down here. So we actually don't need that. We're just going to say, yeah, because the actual arrow flight is the one on the prefab that we instantiate. But we want to check it up here because there's no sense in doing all of this if we can't even get there. And we'd have to check it down here anyways. And we don't want to instantiate it just to check it. That makes sense to me. All right, what else do we need? So prefab arrow, we got that. Source position, initial rotation. Get the new arrow, get that. Okay, shoot direction equals direction, which we make here. Arrow flight, look at arrow flight position plus shoot direction. And shoot direction we get right there. And then get the rigid body velocity we get here and shoot direction. Okay, so that should be everything. So if we just call shoot without anything, then we're going to just call these do these default stuff. Otherwise, now we have a shoot method where we can populate it and give it all the details. All the lovely, lovely details. Okay. Okay, let me make sure this error goes away. Why did I do all that? Because I want to migrate the shoot to be controlled by the entity doing the shooting. And then arrow system can just be given what it needs to know in order to do its job. I think that's the way to frame it. All right, just make sure it works. Works. Okay. Now we can move that over. And once we move that over, then we'll be able to... Oh, shoot. Okay, wait. What we also need is a velocity prefab error. So probably after here we'll do a float accuracy diameter radius. And by default, oh, I guess since we're going to do a default thing, and then float accuracy radius equals 1f. Can I not do default to that? Oh. Alright, well, then you have to pass it in. Okay, so an accuracy radius, why is my... Oh, because I did that. Okay. So now it's going to modify the position, target position, by a little bit. So we're going to say target position equals random position in sphere with a radius of accuracy radius. And this one's going to return a vector 3. Ryder's been doing this in float. I don't know if anyone has any idea what the difference is between in float and just float. I just noticed this yesterday, I think. I did it down here as well, so I have no idea. I'm leaving it, and I don't know why or why not. But anyway, so we're going to say... oh, I guess we need a... vector 3 position as well, and we're going to pass in target position, and we're going to say return vector 3 dot position sphere random somewhere. Let's see, random position in sphere. Random inside unit sphere. Radius 5. Okay, random dot. So this is, I'm looking at this document here. So we're returning random dot inside unit sphere times accuracy radius plus position. Apparently I can do it like that. Okay. All right, so it's basically taking, this is going to give a unit inside a sphere of 1. And then with the center at 0. And then we're multiplying that value by the actual radius that we have. And then adding the position. And I guess I could make this a little bit more efficient potentially by, instead of doing it like this, we'll do, actually, yeah. Here, if accuracy radius is greater than 0, then we'll do that. If the accuracy radius is 0, then we're not changing at all. So the target position is there. That's if we want technically the exact position, even though we know my script doesn't give an exact position. It's just really close now. All right. So for shits and giggles, or just let's just do it right. Okay, so where does shoot come into play? Actions, shoot. I'm just gonna, okay, let's go there. Actions, shoot. Arrow system shoot. Okay, what do we need to pass into arrow system shoot now? We need the source position. This is going to be arrow system dot arrow system dot what do we do over here? Arrow spawn transform. What's arrow spawn transform? Oh yeah, okay. So one thing I'm going to do is put this way up here. Gosh, I need to make this smaller. Using static Infinity PBR dot legend of the stone set arrow system dot arrow system, and that's going to be changed to just arrow system. Okay. All right. So arrow system dot arrow spawn transform dot position. What else do we need? We need the target position. Where are we shooting at? Shoot game object enemy. So enemy but that's not actually right though. Where do we call this from? Okay. So here we're going to get that enemy's target thing and target spot, something like that, right? Or target actor target. Okay, yes. Get component actor target. Yeah. So if not enemy, try get component out actor target debug.log enemy.name is missing an actor target component and return. Okay, and then we will pass the actor target dot target position. Then we need velocity. For now, we're going to put in velocity, which is going to be, do we have this? We don't. Public float velocity equals 15f. So I'll just hard code that. Next is prefab arrow, public game object, prefab arrow. So prefab arrow, this is also going to be something controlled by the bow or the arrow or something. We'll just put that as a placeholder for now. What's our initial rotation here? Shoot is arrow spawn transform rotation. Okay, that's right. So arrow system dot arrow spawn transform rotation. Okay, next is the radius. So this is going to be arrow. So we'll just say target radius. And our target radius equals arrow system dot target size. So accuracy range is going to be hard code to 20. We'll make it 30, not 25. It's close enough to our minimum. Accuracy range and min distance is temp melee distance. Distance is range distance to player of the enemy dot transform dot position, and min size and max size is going to be min target size and max target size. All right, and these are going to be hard coded as well. Public float max target size equals 10f. All right. So now this should shoot randomly. Now I do think we're going to need to also pass these values in to the arrow system, because this is no longer going to be used, and it gets used in a couple places. Set particle size, for instance. Oh, interesting. So this is actually going to be, in theory, there could be multiple targets at once. So eventually I'm going to have to change this to be handled differently. All right, but that's fine for now. So we should now see random arrow strikes. Git ignore, is that a thing? I didn't even know that was a thing. Yeah, it seems like the entire asset store folder can be ignored, unless you change stuff, of course, but all right. Let's see how accurate we are, or if I broke stuff. Oh, I didn't sign my prefab. Okay, I'll do it now here. I'll just have to remember to do that outside of play mode too. Look at that. It's okay, but it's wildly off. That's probably too much, I think. First of all, it's definitely going outside of that circle. Okay. I think I need to figure out where it's going wrong. Okay, that's fun. Is a very bad archer. The portrait should be changed to a stormtrooper. All right. So what we're passing in target radius, and target radius is going to be gain the target size. So let's just see what this is. Oh, we need to divide that by 2. I was using diameter. I think that's why. The target size is actually in diameter because that's like using the scale. Yeah. Oh, is that just updating the damn script? God damn it, taking so long. Taking so long. Don't forget to like and subscribe. And to tip your bartender. I did it again. Oops. I did it again. Is it going within that?
Come on.
Oops.
We need to get closer.
I need to change that. Okay, now it's all within that range. Oh. Hold on. Looks like there's a couple there. Not within that. Well, I guess, actually, what we really need to look at is here, because the target is in front. So it may have been within that. That one looked out. That's the problem. If it looks out, then people are going to be mad. Where's my particle? Oh, it disappears, huh? Let me see what it feels like when it's really far out. I don't even know where it went there. Oh, there's a problem. It's possible that we'd be out of range. So it has to be a spot that is in front of so see, it's out of range because basically the sphere is more than the range can shoot. So I guess we can just do a sanity check essentially. Target radius, target size. I say bool check can shoot equals false, but we're gonna make that true, but we're gonna oh, that's not where I want it. What am I doing? Nope. Nope. Undo. Abort. Abort. It's actually in shoot. Oh. This is where I want to do it. And okay. We're going to do it here and here. So now it's going to be this instead. So we're going to say if not check can shoot, then we're just going to return a random unit. Otherwise, random position equals that. Otherwise, God. Okay, let's move it out of this method. Abort again. Abort, 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 abort it again. Okay. Take that back. All right. What we're going to do then, if it's greater than that, then if not check. So target position is going to be a random one. And then if check can shoot, then we can do while check can shoot. And then we're going to say check can shoot equals false when we find it. So can shoot from range. We have our velocity and we have our distance, right? Where's our distance? So distance to arrow target. No. Distance. Did I not make a thing for that? I swear I did this already. Get range distance. Yes, see. And we need our target and our source. Target position and source position. Okay. So if we can shoot by range, then check can shoot equals false. Break. Otherwise, it'll set a new target position and it'll go again. Does break work? And then I'm going to do a var loop check equals 0 just in case there's a if there's a giant sphere, then it's possible that this could like just run a lot. Likely, not likely. So if loop check is greater than 100, then check then we'll just return false. Or just return. And debug.log loop check reached 100. All right. I think that will not be an infinite loop. And so now it should only return a target position that is within range. And so if it's really wide, essentially just means that it has to be kind of in front of the enemy. But relative to the player. Or, yeah, target and source, I suppose, would be more accurate ways of saying it. You know, I'm thinking that the particle is smaller, or appears smaller than it really is, because it's a PNG file and the outsides are transparent. So there is going to be some measure of size. So I think I'm going to end up making a size mod, just increase it by say 10%, just so the arrows always are within that circle, because I think from a player's perspective, it's probably won't, oh, I did it again. It probably won't feel good to see a targeting sphere or a circle and then see your arrows go outside of that. That just feels weird to me. So I think I need to make that circle just a little bit bigger. Ah, I did it. Damn it. All right, that didn't work. It still said can't shoot out of range. Oh, wait. Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Get angle, velocity, distance. Get angle, velocity, distance. Move this up here so that I can just have distance used here. Okay, so these should be the same thing because can shoot from range. Whoa, that okay. Can shoot from range. We'll say true only if that's not a that is a number, which is get angle, velocity, distance. Get angle, velocity, distance. Oh, you know, I never did set this to be true. My bad. At the same time, okay. Set local scale equals that times target size mod. Okay, so that should increase it now by 10%. And well, this is, once it stops, I'll press play, and then I'm going to go to the bathroom. It's been 3 hours, 42 minutes, and I've had 2 cups of coffee and water in this time. This is it does seem like it's taking longer each time, right? Like successively longer and longer and longer. I'll be right back. I'm back. Did you miss me? Good night, Merrick. Thanks for joining. I'm glad you were able to join again. Maybe tomorrow too. I might stream right after the game dev show, actually. That seems like a really good tactic to get more subscribers. All right, let's see if this works now. How's our size? Okay, it's 10% bigger. I did it again. I need to stop forgetting to assign that. Every time I see a null reference, I think, oh no. It doesn't look random at all now, though, right? No, now it's the exact same spot. All right, so my code messed up. So by adding true to that, wait a minute. Okay, I'm not going to forget this time. But why would it stop working? What did I do? What did I do? I don't think I changed anything that would affect that. I don't know what's happening now. Did I crash? Did it crash the whole damn thing? It's possible. It may have crashed the whole damn thing. All right, I'm calling it. It's crashed. Oh, interesting. I just put my headphones on, and the background music sounds shit. Is it for everyone, or is that just me? I wonder if it's picking up. It's probably picking up the speakers. And feedback. Yeah. Well, I apologize for that. I'm not sure how to fix that, because I don't want to wear my headphones all the time. Because I can just hear my self-talk, and then I don't say words. All right, taking those off. I don't know. All right. Where was I? I was just fixing this, and I don't know if it held the actions. Arrow target, it did not. So, or prefab. Do that, and then override, apply all, don't crash. All right. Now, I'm going to check it again just in case something else was going on, but I don't think simply adding to confirm that it's inside the range would keep it from doing any checks at all. But sure enough, those are all that. Okay. So the only thing I changed was this. So let me just, as far as I can tell, the only thing I changed was that. So let me just sanity check this. Hey, maybe it'll be fast now that I quit and reloaded. Or faster. That was faster. See, I told you it was getting progressively slower as I kept going. Maybe that's what made it crash. Oh, yeah, it's so much faster now. All right, mental note. All right, so now it's the same. So it wasn't that change that did it. Okay. So accuracy radius has to be above 0. My accuracy radius is is what is my accuracy radius? What value am I passing it in? Target radius. Target radius is that. Let me see. Debug.log. Target radius is target radius. Okay, so that should be past something in, and then when we go to shoot, that is called accuracy radius, and accuracy radius is gain a random position in the sphere. All right. I'm not sure what changed. Target radius is 1.3. Okay, more debug logs then. And return that value. So this should tell us what the new value is, right? With radius of accuracy radius, okay, and confirm that we actually have an accuracy radius. Okay. It does not appear to be working. Let's position changed from position to value with the radius of that, and make sure we're getting it back right. And are we using it? No. I moved this up. That's what I did. That's it. So I moved this up because I wanted target position to get distance. Okay. Yep, that was it. that should be it. All right. That's what I changed. I just moved some things up. All right. Oh. I forgot I had a fast motion. Look at that. If I hold shift down, I move faster. Alright, that was outside. If that felt like it was outside, right? Let me just see if the mod's working. Yep, mod's working. Alright, maybe make it 1.2. Okay, that's better. Oh, that one seemed, it seemed really far off, huh? All right, make it 1.3 then. That's hard to tell. That seemed like it was in. It's only the left and right ones that look like they're far off. Like that one still looked like it was off. We're not using this mod for that, are we? For actually choosing the position? No, we're not. Okay. Otherwise, it would be all over this. All right. Let's try 1.5. 1.5 seems really big, but at the same time, I guess really the minimum target size, if this is oh, min target size. I might need to divide that by 2. Min target size. Where do I use this? Target radius. I only use it here. Random position, accuracy radius. Where's my accuracy radius? Target radius. Oh. No. No. Because it's getting the target size by the distance and dividing by 2, and that's the radius. Range distance to player. Target size, accuracy range, which is 25. What's accuracy range? This is the maximum range that if you're out of this range, you're just as inaccurate as you can be. It almost should be called inaccuracy range, but that's okay. Okay, well, I think it should be doing it right. And honestly, maybe it's my min target size is just too big. Because if it's it's only these two places. This is saying target particle size is making the particle size, saying the size, but when we do the shoot, I can clean this up soon too. That's nice. When we do the shoot, we're getting the range is the target position, random position, accuracy radius. The accuracy radius is set target radius. Target radius is that by 2. Let's just see. And then I'm going to call the stream over soon. There's only 3 people watching now. It went down from 10. Oh well. It's been 4 hours. And I need to take a walk and do more work on this tonight. And then tomorrow, I'll stream again tomorrow. I'm going to try to stream right after the game dev show. And then do more on the shooting. Okay. Where are we? Target radius. Accuracy radius is 1.8. Oops.
We need to get closer.
No, we don't. Radius is 0.62. So it should be a sphere of 1.24 around this. So if we create a sphere there, with a radius of 1.24 and stick it on ish, then it should be always within that sphere. That did not look like it was within that sphere though. I mean, I guess what we really need to stick it on is the arrow target. Oh, look at that. That was outside of it too. Yeah, so that one was definitely outside of it. I don't... feel like some of these... that one just was at its foot. I don't believe it. You know what I should do? We create a small sphere at each spot whenever it chooses a spot. So this is going to be random position sphere. Okay. And then we will do instantiate primitive instantiate create primitive, something like that. Let's see. Unity 3 create primitive game object dot create primitive types a sphere, and we're gonna just make this of our test sphere equals that, and we'll say test sphere dot transform dot position equals new position, and test sphere dot transform dot scale local scale equals new vector 3 0.2 0.2f 0.2f. All right, we'll try those. So now it should just show us exactly where it's trying to target, and might be that it's just missing those targets. Could be this whole angle fix I made doesn't work in this case, I suppose, which would be a shame, really. That's so much smoother now too. I think the frame rate went up after that crash. Okay. Oh. Before I do that, we need to also test sphere.get component sphere collider dot enabled equals false. Why didn't that work? Did I just spell it wrong? Maybe I had to spell it wrong. Alright, so now it won't move things around. Alright, try again. Attempt number 5324, commencing now. Wow. It did not go through those, did it? I mean, it's getting, that one was not close at all. Is it always doing 2? That's because it's doing the first and then doing the second. Destroy test sphere 1.5 1f. Okay, so oh, hello, Fredo. How are you? Let's see. All right. Oh, I need to make it destroy later, but that's okay. I'll just get closer. It's... What's also weird is that the spheres always seem to be pretty close together. Let's see. Well, I mean, that one was not accurate, but I didn't see where the sphere was either. Let me make the sphere last longer, first of all. Destroy. Make it last 4 seconds, and then I want to make it only do this once. So we're going to do this. So if it's that and check can shoot, then we'll do that. Otherwise, we'll just do that. Okay, so that should keep it from doing it twice. All right, well, that one looked like it went through. So that one. Well, now they look like they're going through just fine. Well, heck. Was that up there? It was. Oh, okay. That just went really high up. Okay. So this is the accuracy radius is now 2.12. So if I go here, create a 3D object sphere, and this is going to be a scale of 4.24. I should not technically see any fudgesicle, and turn off the collider. Okay, I should not see any of the little balls appear outside of this. And I do not see any of them. Oh, there's a couple, but they're on the edge, so that's okay. So I guess that means it's working. It just doesn't always look like it's working. So what that means is the radius I think it should be, in the end, actually just needs to be less. That's all. So if I make my radius smaller, actions, 0.5 to 8, yeah, so this is all basically, that one was pretty far out there. Where's my distance here is 0.65, so 1.3. So again, yeah, it's just yeah. All right, somebody mentioned I should try this in full screen mode. All right, here we are, full screen mode. Whoa, look at that. Did you see that? That was because it kept trying to get stuff out of range. The further back I go, the more that will happen.
Come on. We need to get closer.
Yeah, we do. So anytime it chooses a dot behind the enemy, it's out of range. Look at all those. So that's why I put the loop in, because I mean, it seems like it can do a lot of them really fast, but I wasn't sure. And I didn't want it to suddenly lag every time it tried to do, like, you know, if the random wow. Did it actually hit the loop check? Let's see. Let's make it small again. Trying to see if it hit the loop check. Loop check reached 100. See, so it's possible for it to just do 100 and all of them be outside of the range if you're really close to the edge. I mean, that was just not accurate at all, though. .96, so basically 8. Okay, well in this case, the targeting sphere is not as big as it should be. Question for those of you who are watching and not just listening. That targeting sphere, do you feel like that's needed? Or what if it just didn't exist? Maybe it was showing, I just wasn't hovering over the enemy. Yeah, okay. Like, do we need the targeting sphere? Look. Oh, well, that could be just scaring ones out. Look at that. Like here, well, the radius is 1.68, so 1.68 times 2 is very close to 3.4, so we'll go as 3.4, and yeah. So I think okay, I don't know. Yeah, I think it's fine for now with that randomness. The targeting sphere, I'll show you. Let me just update the setting on it. So the targeting sphere is essentially a visual way of saying, oh, you're targeting this bad guy. This is the one you're going to shoot at. So there are two ways of shooting. There will be a button where you can just shoot and it will automatically choose the closest enemy, maybe closest / in the middle of the screen, and some math to work out that, so that if there's something like that. But it basically says that, but it also is supposed to indicate the accuracy. So as you get out here, then you're like, okay, well, I'm going to shoot at it, but there's a chance that I'm not going to hit it. It's actually a pretty good chance that I'm not going to hit it. As you can see in the top in the scene view, you know, a lot of these aren't hitting. There's a number that do, but not a lot. But when I get closer, now all of a sudden a good number is going to hit. The other option of doing it is, of course, I could highlight the bad guy and just not have a sphere. I was thinking of trying to project one on the ground, but that didn't make sense to me. It seemed like that would be the harder method of doing it. Oh, you do like it? Okay. The sphere would most likely look different, of course. I just made this in Photoshop real quick the other day. All right, so my next steps here are going to be to replace the particle trail with the one I had before that's lighter, harder to see, but better for the actual game. And make this so that you can shoot a random one. Actually, let's try this. I'm not going to test that right now. I'm just going to make duplicates of this. Whoops. Oh, I think she's gonna, yeah. Something about the nav mesh agent makes her not go up here. If I turn that off, she'll be up there. Okay. Let's make this big. Let's see. Does it work? It does. See, so now if I target, you know, oh, interesting. That's a, wow, okay. Well, some bugs being found here. Okay. Well, there's a chance that the targeting sphere doesn't get turned off. Interesting. So now if I target this one and I'm off, I might hit the other one. So, you know, it's not always so bad to be inaccurate. But this one, this is cool. Firing up there. So if I do this, once there's collisions and stuff, there's a chance the arrows might just fall off. Yep. All right. So the next steps then will be to figure out that bug, why these aren't disappearing, and all that. Okay. And then do all the other stuff. I also want to make the sound effects, add some sound effects to those, make the collisions happen. I don't think I'm quite ready yet to do straight reactions on the bad guy. To get back into the animations there and all that. But once I get the range done, then I can work out magic range as well, because some magic spells will just go forward. They'll just have like a forward trajectory, right? Rather than an angled one and stuff. So, and then get the melee attacks as well. Get the attacks actually cycling through the player order like they're supposed to. And all the other stuff. So there you go. So I'll probably stream tomorrow after the game dev show. I think. So I'm going to go take a walk now. Thanks for participating and joining, everybody. It was swell and long. It's been 4 hours and 26 minutes. So thanks for watching.